today. We received several citizen comments on item 2.1, which is the Charter Review Committee presentation and recommendations. We're not scheduled to take action today, to consider that today. So we will, and it's not posted for citizen comment today. Today, we want to hear from the citizens group that has done really yeoman's work over the last 9 or 10 weeks. And it'll be our first opportunity to hear from them, have some discussion with them. There will be time before, as we deliberate this, and there will be certainly time for citizen comment. There were 3 comments that were sent in electronically. I will make certain that those comments are shared with the council just for their, just like we would any other email that was addressed to the council at large. Okay. We do have one citizen that signed up to speak on item 2.2 today. And item 2.2 is regarding the triathlon, the 2021 Ironman 70.3 Lubbock Triathlon. So I'll call Victoria Victor Adara Akpan to speak. I'd remind you that you need to keep your comments specific to item 2.2 and that you have 3 minutes this afternoon. The microphone's on.
Mic's not on down there.
Hold on one moment, please, ma'am. Shows on here. Click it again. It was on.
There we go.
Okay.
You can't turn it on up here, Wes.
Not doing anything.
I can't do it on that either.
It did it 5 minutes ago.
Let's get the handheld.
Okay.
One moment, we'll get your handheld microphone. Bear with us for 1 second.
Testing 1, 2. Yes.
Okay, hello everybody. As you said, my name is Victoria Victory Dar Agpan. I'm here today because I'm in front of the people of Lubbock, Texas. I do want to go ahead and mention something to you guys. This is the only way I can do it because I was told if I go back to the police department here in Lubbock that I would get a CTW and they would criminally trespass me from Lubbock, Texas. I know this is off topic, but I have to say it, okay?
Your comments are not appropriate. You need to keep your comments to item 2.2. That's the triathlon scheduled for the last Sunday of this month.
Okay, sir, the government set up a rape crime with Trey Culver, who was a student here at Texas Tech University.
You're out of line, ma'am.
And the police, the police
You're out
department
of
is
line.
hiding it. Not only that, but there's sexual assault and sexual harassment with the government. Taraji P.
Captain White, would you help me, please, sir? Chief White. Okay, we will now move to the first item on our agenda this afternoon. It's item 2.1. It's to hear from the Charter Review Committee as they make a presentation and some recommendations for consideration by the council. I will turn it over to the city manager for a few comments. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Today, you're going to hear a presentation from Mr. James Arnold. Mr. Arnold was appointed the chair of this committee. Council would remind you that by resolution, each member appointed one representative from their district. We have Mr. Jim Gomez representing District 1, Ms. Shannon Spencer representing District 2, Mr. Michael McDougall representing District 3, Mr. William Bill Kernow, District 4, Ms. Karen Gibson, District 5, and Mr. Jeff Lansdale representing District 6. I believe Mr. Arnold has the majority of those folks with him. They actually met this today at 12:45, finish up some work that they were doing. I've had the chance to watch from a distance this committee as they have worked, and they have done everything the council asked them to do. They've held your required public hearings. They have taken significant public input. I know they have been through tremendous debate on the dais to come up with their recommendations. So very pleased with their work, and on behalf of myself, the staff, really want to thank Mr. Arnold and that entire team for what they've done. They've done this in a very short period of time, looking at a document that has lived for a long time, and I think you'll hear today some really good recommendations on helping it kind of step forward into the future. With no further ado, I'd ask Mr. Arnold to come forward. We'll get staff to turn the presentation on for him. We'll have him introduce his team and get started. Mr. Arnold, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I think we have a presentation that'll be loading shortly. We do have the majority of our committee here with me this morning or this afternoon. I'll introduce him here in a second. We worked diligently. We met weekly to ensure that we got good dialogue and discussion from our committee. I appreciate the recommendations and the nominations you made. We had a great committee, very balanced discussion from our committee, equal participation among all representatives on that board, on that committee, and good participation. We had perfect attendance. All of our members showed up on time, and is it on here? Okay, thank you. They showed up on time. We worked diligently. We met over the lunch hour and usually went a little bit longer at times. This is a committee, Jimmy Gomez, District 1. Jimmy, stand up. Ms. Shannon Spencer should be on Zoom with our call today. Mike McDougall, District 3. Bill Kernow, District 4. Karen Gibson, former council person, District 5. And then Jeff Lansdale, District 6. Thank you guys for your service. I appreciate it. So how did we get here? You guys met early spring, decided you wanted to form a committee to look at the city charter. You guys appointed the group behind me. Mayor Pope asked me to be the chair of this group. We had a couple of public hearings. We did those early for a reason. We did them in the very beginning on the front end. We called them listening sessions. We had great input, great citizen comments on both meetings. Had a total of 9 meetings as a group, and we took each section of the charter every meeting and met with legal, got some background, some history of what those articles were, and then had good dialogue and discussion every meeting with each one of those. We met on May 24th and voted on recommendations I'm going to present to you this afternoon. The interesting thing to point out on the votes, they were 7-0 across the board down the line. So we had great input, great discussion, and a pretty unified charter review committee in terms of the recommendations we're going to make to you today. So here's some of the things we heard at the public hearing in March. The big one was opposition in adding at-large city council seats. We had a lot of opinion on that, mainly centered around districts 1 and 2, about not adding at-large seats. And there was a lot of people talking about city council and mayoral pay and opposition to any kind of term limits for mayor or city council. The March 30 meeting was dominated by number one, which is opposition to adding at-large seats. Then we had another one the following week on the 5th, 2 weeks later on the 15th. Again, a little opposition to increase pay for the mayor, support for increase for the pay for the mayor. We had a lot of input on both sides. The folks that showed up at the public hearing were really pushing for a living wage and increasing city council pay. We had a lot of input, both in person, text messaging, phone calls, emails, that really, it was a pretty good balance in terms of, no, we don't want to increase in pay, or yes, we want to move the pay to more of a cost of living adjustment based on what it was when the charter was written. And then we had other folks that were pushing for a living wage. So we narrowed our scope following the public hearing to these 5 items: compensation of mayor and city council, the referendum and recall process, superfluous provisions, duplicate things, updating provisions related to state law, and then the addition of gender neutral language in the city charter. The other thing that we have voted that is a part of that that's not in there is obviously the Coliseum's no longer there. We took that out of the city charter, recommended you guys take that out of the city charter. And then things that were not in our scope were extending the term of the mayor and adding any at-large city council seats. Those were not in the scope of our purview. So let's get to the amendments that we voted on. Number 1 was Article 2, general powers. We updated that section to adhere to state law. A lot of things within that section were no longer applicable due to changes in state law. Article 2A, the same thing, adoption of street improvement law, street improvement section 1. We updated that to reflect more current state law provisions. Article 4, the referendum and recall. What we tried to do here was add some balance, and really the charter was silent to a lot of these provisions that we wanted to kind of give a little more clarity to the city and citizens about what the process is. So we added 20 business days from the time, let's see, what is it? 20 business day time limit for review and verification process. We wanted to give city staff an appropriate amount of time, but a defined amount of time to review that process. 45-day petition limit for a recall petition. Leaving the 60-day petition limit for at-large positions. We wanted to give people ample time to collect those and for city to review those. We set the number of signatures for a petition to 10% of the number of registered voters that were registered 30 days prior to the submission of a petition. What we tried to do there is give some consistency to folks that wanted to get things on a referendum, rather than be able to time the market, so to speak. If there's a low voter turnout, the bar would be lower. If there's a high voter turnout, we wanted to give some consistency across the board for citizens that want to get stuff on the ballot. And they knew kind of with what that number was going to be going in. Let's see, the addition to prevent any officer from a recall petition. So 6 months from re-election, 6 months from failed recall petition. What we were trying to do there is give some clarity to the charter that would not allow someone to continue to be petitioned over and over again. We wanted to give a cooling off period, if you will, to allow that process to take place. Same thing for 6 months from a failed recall election, same thing. Article 9 dealt with the big one, the big topic of the day was pay for city council members and the mayor.
James, stay close to the microphone. They
sorry.
want to make sure that
Yeah,
we
okay.
get it on the
So
video.
Article
You're going
9.
all over the world here. You don't want to forget that, okay?
Say that again.
You're going all
Oh,
over the
that's right.
world. So
Global.
make sure
Thank
we
you.
get you here.
Okay, so Article 9, city council elections, basically dealt with revisions that would set the monthly salary. And so we set that. We had a lot of debate on this topic. We had a lot of great research from city staff on what some cities do with a strong form of mayoral government or versus not. And we kind of settled on $1,300 a month for the mayor, which is $15,600 annually. And then $800 per month for city council members, which equates to $9,600 annually. One of the things we had a lot of debate back and forth on that is, do we go living wage? Do we do a cost of living adjustment based on when the charter was written? We felt like this kind of was a good balance between those. We looked at kind of what the mean and median was for cities our size. And we had unanimous support for these numbers, for these salary figures. The other thing we put in there, so we take the politics out of when does that get increased? How does that get increased? So we are recommending that the salary be subject to a CPI adjustment every 2 years in accordance with the election cycle. So it takes the politics out of when do you guys give yourself a raise, so to speak. We try to set an index in there based on the CPI that kind of ties to the city budget process, we think. And so that would be our recommendation as to how that index is calculated on a 2-year cycle. And then various changes to adhere to state law, the grammatical composition errors, those kind of things. And then we added the gender neutral language in that as well. So we took these item by item, week by week, and really debated them, discussed them, understood them. And then we held them all for a vote on May 24th. And so we came in here and voted on May 24th. It was great participation, like I said earlier, very balanced. We had great input from Ms. Gibson, former city council person herself. She gave great counsel to us in terms of background and context that really, I think, helped us make some good decisions on some tough items. We had, again, District 1, Shannon Spencer, District 2, Shannon Spencer had great participation from her district. Everybody on the council, everybody on the committee, whether it was from District 1 to District 5, represented not only their own district, but the city of Lubbock as well. So we made decisions not only in the best interest of our own districts, but in the best interest of the city.
What happened to District 6?
I'm sorry, District 6 as well.
Ms. Joy, we've been meaning to talk to you about something.
Sorry, 1 to 6, I'm sorry. That was Jeff Lansdale. Sorry, Jeff. But anyway, that's our recommendations. We understand the process. You know, all we do is deliberate. We made decisions and recommendations to the council. You guys do with it what you want, and please, you can take some of it, all of it, or none of it. We're proud of our work. I'm proud of the input we had from 1 to 6 from our districts, and be happy to answer any questions that anybody has at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Thank you and your committee for your work. You guys did a lot in 10 weeks. We're very thankful for that. We'll start with Mr. Chattis. He's the first one to push his button. 1.
Mr. Arnold and the committee, thank you for the hard work. I sat in on quite a few of those virtual meetings. At the very beginning, you made mention, and I just a point of clarification about the at-large seat. Could you go into a little bit more detail into that? Because the public, there was some misunderstanding about
Right.
the at-large. Could you give us a little briefing on that?
Sure. We had a lot of people showing up for our first public hearing, and that was their main agenda item, is to not add any additional council seats. And prior to our meeting, the Lubbock Avalanche Journal ran a story about the case that came before the city back in the 80s that was tried, and the mandates that came out of that, whether in the at-large positions, having a couple of at-large, but mainly district positions, right? And so we basically kept that out of our scope because that was more under the jurisdiction of that ruling from the judge back in the 80s. And so we kept that out of our scope from our recommendations.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understood that was not part of the discussion.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
it never started, how it materialized.
Right. And further, it wasn't
wasn't
part of
us.
our charge either.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I think, most important.
Yeah,
just
we
wanted to
were
make
a
sure
little bit caught off guard by that at our first public hearing. And I thought I knew the right answer, so I let everybody speak to us. We were listening. And then I, at the advice of the legal department here at the city, said, well, that's not really within our scope because of the ruling that came from the judge. And that was based on the article that we saw in the Lubbock Avalanche Journal.
Thank you for the, because I received the same phone calls, what's going on, time and time after, day after day on that.
Yeah.
But again, just a point of clarification. Thank you for the
And
explanation.
I think that came from the Chamber of Commerce did a survey of the
They did a
members.
survey.
And I think it generated maybe from that, there was some discussion within that, and people thought that was an endorsement. Anyway, it got interesting quickly, but we reined it back in after our brief recess at first public hearing.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Mr. Christian.
I also want to thank the committee for taking on this daunting task, because it's a big one with all the things that you have to go through and a piece at a time. And if I understood you right, you did have 7-0 votes on this, on this recommendations. Is that correct,
Yes,
James?
sir.
Is that what I said?
7-0 across the board.
That's very encouraging too, that there was a great debate, but also we moved towards some things that made sense for everybody. In regards to the salaries, did y'all look at other cities? Is this mirror other cities our size, or was this just pretty much a numbers that y'all decided on, or was it some guidance through other cities that y'all looked at?
Yes, a lot of information, cities our size. We looked at kind of the average of cities of our size. We threw out kind of the high and the low and kind of tried to figure somewhere that we felt like was in the middle. We didn't have any real support for a living wage on our committee. We had discussion on that, but we didn't really have any consensus or anybody really that was holding tried and true to that. But everybody on the committee felt like this was a fair recommendation to City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Chavez again.
The compensation, it's been a hot item. We've heard various comments on the compensation. There's been the majority of my calls have been a livable salary. And again, I said through a lot of the comments, my angst is, I guess, is that at this point, and I don't know if this is a proper conversation at this point either. If I am out of order, my concern is at this point, we're not being inclusive to the population of Lubbock. And I make that comment on the basis of salary. Your working people at this point cannot run for city. No, I rephrase. They can run for city council. It's open to the public, not a question. The issue is not all the public can afford to run for city council. I don't know if that makes any sense. The inclusive part, again, I think we're being exclusive by the document. You know, I wish it were a fully compensated, a livable salary. And I respect your decisions that you guys made. I have to sit here and say, I don't agree with it.
Sure.
But I respect the work that you guys did. You know, we talk about inclusivity. Task force talks about racial equity, accessibility for all citizens, affording the opportunity. What better place to afford the opportunity than to be at the legislative branch of city government? And I make those comments because when I was working, which was a few years ago, I couldn't have been sitting here having this conversation with you. And the calls that I've received are the same nature. I want to run for city council, but I can't afford it. So again, we're excluding, I think, a large portion of the public. And I'll close with this statement. Ms. Karen made the statement. I ran for city, I was a city councilman or a city council person, and I did work. That's great. But I wonder if, Karen, if you were an HV tech or a plumber, would you still be able to make that comment? Again, it goes back to our working society. It's just something to think about. And again, I applaud you and the committee for the work you guys did. Again, I said on majority of those meetings, greatly appreciate it.
We took that very seriously. We had a lot of discussion and debate, did a lot of research, asked the city to do additional research on compensation. And this was the position we arrived at when we had a lot of input on both sides. A lot of the in-person input we had in these listening sessions were for a living wage. A lot of the emails, phone calls that we received as a committee individually were for keeping it more of a public service to the city rather than a an occupation or a job, and so one that was compensated. So there's not a right answer. We felt like we came to the best, a better answer. And so we're proud with the work we did, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Well, the conversation will continue. And again, I can't thank you guys, every one of you, for the work you guys did. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Arnold, you and the committee, thank you for your efforts. And I didn't purposely get on those meetings because I wanted you all to have your conversations and listen to the citizens and then bring us some information. So with that being said, I have some questions. I want to know the rationale for some of the conclusions that you came to. Let's start at Article number 4, initiative and referendum recall. You gave some specific percentages of registered voters. What was the rationale for coming up with that percentage? Why 10%?
Well, we wanted it to be consistent, number one, so folks know when they want to bring a petition of any kind to the council, they know the bar they have to achieve to get to that point. So 10% we felt like was fair. We felt like it was achievable, but we didn't want to lower the bar and make it where you guys are just having to respond to all kinds of unnecessary referendums and recalls. We wanted to give some consistency. That was really the word that we used a lot to get to the 10%. We had debate on is it 7? Is it 12? And so we felt like 10 was fair. And again, we were mainly going towards a consistent number that we felt like based on the number of registered voters in the city, that was achievable.
What's 10% of the registered voters in the city?
24,000, I don't remember.
14,000.
14,000?
Yeah, somewhere in that range, probably 15,000 maybe.
So I'm just, and like I said, there's going to be some other conversation, but I was just curious as to why didn't, for consistency's sake, why not 4%? Why not 5%?
We talked about
Or
those.
something like
Yeah,
that,
sure. We
so-
had discussion on what that percentage would be, and we were as high as 15% at times, and we had the other discussion at 4 to 7. So we arrived at 10.
Okay. And the amount of time, let's say someone comes and has to get those 14,000 folks in a matter of, is that 60 days? Is that the?
For an at-large position, 60, 45.
A large petition?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So with regard to a recall, I understand, okay. And let's go to Article number 9. Talk with me a little bit more about the rationale. I know that you said that you looked at some different cities and whatnot. Were those cities that you looked at, were they the same type of government that
They
is
were.
here within the city? Did you take a look at the responsibilities of what city council members and mayors do?
We did, and we also, we asked for job descriptions for the mayor and the city manager. So we looked at the differences between those two. We looked at strong mayoral forms of government. We looked at city council forms of government. So we looked at, we tried to look at as much as we could across different cross sections. We looked at cities like Houston, Laredo, Amarillo, cities around the Dallas area. We tried to stay away from Austin, but we looked at Austin. So we looked at all kinds of different cities to try to get to what we thought was a fair compensation package for mayor and city council.
Any attention being paid to the city of Fort Worth? And I know they're larger than Lubbock, but they're dealing with some of the same issues of trying to determine an increase in pay for legislators for the city there. Any consideration as to how they're moving about coming to some of their decisions? What they're
Fort Worth
doing?
came up, we looked at, and it was on we had a matrix provided by city staff that looked at cities around our size in terms of population. And then we had outliers. We had Houston in there as an example and some other outliers in there. But basically, we tried to stay within cities that were close to our population size and close to our form of government.
This is just a question for you. You take it however you will. looking at what you know to be now, after the review, the responsibility of the mayor and council is what you guys recommending with that falling line with what those individuals should be paid. Your opinion, that's all it is.
Yeah, my opinion is yes. And we voted 7-0. And so at the time we voted, we had a 7-0 majority or unanimous vote that this is what we felt like we wanted to recommend to city council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, let's go to Mr. Griffith and then Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Arnold, thank you very much. I applaud your committee and the work y'all have done. I, like Ms. Patterson Harris, did not follow any of the meetings. So this is very fresh information to my mind. I will say that I'd like to thank y'all for the updates and cleaning up the parts that bring us back to state law. And I think that's important to bring up. The other thing is on that, Ms. Patterson Harris brought up on the number 10% on petition, registered voters. Did y'all look at other cities on that?
We did, Councilman. And I don't remember exactly which cities we looked at for that,
Okay.
but we did look at what other cities had in place in terms of the number of signatures required in terms of a percentage. And they were all over the board.
They were.
There were some higher than 10, some lower than 10.
Okay. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to extend my gratitude to the Charter Committee and the work they've done. When you get asked to do work like this and you're committed to it, it's rare that a committee, as I believe you had excellent attendance during all your meetings and everybody was committed to the job. And I think that's important. Appreciate your leadership, Mr. Arnold. Their councils have attempted this before. And you don't have to spend a whole lot of time with our charter to know it needs an update. And we haven't had a charter review election in I don't know how long. And assuming that the council, once they debate this and if they approve these recommendations, I guess, Mr. Weaver, would each article be an item on a ballot? Is that the way? And so I make that point because the way you've summarized your recommendations here make it very easy now for anyone who wants to see the result of the work to understand, because when you hear charter review at the beginning, it's rather intimidating and I know nobody has sat down, maybe someone has and read through the entire charter, but it can be daunting at times. So thanks for making it easy to understand. Thanks for your work. And then I look forward to debate on this.
I'll tell you, as a part of our process, we looked at all these articles and all the recommendations and how they would look like on a ballot. We took that into consideration as well. And we reserved the right to prioritize if it looked like the cleanup state, the grammatical errors, for example. If we didn't have enough room on the ballot, or we felt like it was too wordy, we didn't want to have that on the ballot and then other priority items like compensation get kind of weeded out. So city staff worked very hard to make sure we had enough characters available so we could get our recommendations all on a ballot. And so there was a lot of discussion on how this would appear on a ballot before the citizens, before we even brought it to you guys. And so we looked at that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Ms. Joy?
To Mr. Massengill's point, I'm aware of at least this being the third Charter Review Committee. There may have been some before that, but at least 3 that I know of. The other 2 were presented and nothing was ever done. And that's not all bad. I mean, you need to look at those charter provisions. And for whatever reason, council decided not to adopt or to modify the charter. I have a question about Article 4, and this is so people will understand what the changes were in Article 4. Can you tell me what you changed?
Oh, well, we added the business days. I think, I can't remember the number of business days. Ms. Garza, do you remember?
It did not state.
It was silent on that.
It was
wasn't
silent.
Okay.
So a lot of the things we did in Article 4, Ms. Joy, weren't mentioned in the charter. So we tried to give some clarity to the charter so folks know what the rules are, not leaving up to interpretation. So that a lot of those, the 45-day petition, I don't know that there is any language that sets a limit on that. So we tried to set that with leaving 60-day petition for an at-large position. We felt like if you're having to canvass the city, we wanted to give citizens more time to collect the required number of signatures. So that was something we did.
Once again, that's at-large petition, not
Petition,
position.
I'm sorry,
Okay, okay,
petition.
make sure. All
Sorry.
right.
Petition. And then we tried to give some clarity and some language that would prevent people, we wanted to give a cooling off period. So if a petition failed or a reelection effort failed, we tried to give a cooling off period of 6 months, and we tried to be consistent along the lines of all of them were 6 months to give, because I don't think the city charter addressed that as well. So people could continue to petition and try to recall and recall. So we tried to give a little cooling off period for that. The charter didn't address that as well.
And I guess the biggest change would be that today, correct me if I'm wrong, but on it's for what you're calling an at-large petition that requires 25% of the voter signatures equal to 25% of the total vote at the last municipal election.
correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And
So
so-
for instance, today, that would be between now and the next municipal election, that would be what? Somewhere around 25,000 signatures.
Because it was be based on the last presidential election. And so again,
However, prior to that, it was based on like the petition last fall had to get less than 5,000
That's right.
signatures.
and so that's why I said consistency was really what we were after from a charter review committee perspective. We could debate what the percentage was. We wanted to have consistency so voters knew, citizens knew, it's 10% of registered voters, not 25% of the folks that voted the last election. And the people could time the market, like I said, so to speak, and time their petition drive to when there was a low voter turnout and the bogey's lower. And we wanted to apply a level of consistency across all efforts for petitions.
I had read in an email, and I looked at here to see if I could find that you all were proposing that the council could repeal an at-large election after 1 year. I don't see that on here.
It didn't make it on here. So I believe do you know why that didn't make it on here?
I don't know why I didn't make it on this presentation here, but I think what the charter currently is silent, so that means the council could repeal it anyway. So when the committee met, they said, well, we need to put something in place so the council can't repeal it right away if they so choose to. It is part of what the committee voted on.
It is in the minutes that we'll have. I'm preparing a report that I will give to the city manager.
But
that
you
he'll
didn't
distribute.
change it.
No, we just added language that gave a 1 year period that you guys could repeal something that was in violation of state or federal law, if you so
Oh.
choose.
If it was in violation of state or federal law. Okay,
It's not at the whim of council, I
Yeah.
guess.
all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, was there any discussion about on the salary, the effective dates of, if these were to be approved, what the effective dates of the salary changes would be?
Yes, it was after I believe after the seating, the election cycle, the new council was seated. It would take effect that next, the following meeting.
So it would, the way this is said, it would, if this were on the election, if this were in front of citizens in November, it would take effect after the elections next May.
May, right. So June 1, I guess, of the following year.
Okay, all right. Was there any discussion about these salaries going into effect after such time as the existing council cycled off, and then it would become effective with their replacement.
We didn't have that discussion. We just, it wasn't part of our scope in terms of our vote. We just assumed that would, if it went before the citizens in November, it would take place in June of 22.
Okay. As I read the city charter in Lubbock, and as I've had a chance to watch it, watch how the city operates, I don't think, and I don't believe that our citizens expect a living wage for the mayor or the council. Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Weaver, Ms. Garza, and their teams run this city. With the exception of Judge Hernandez, everyone else works for one of them. And I think you're right. It's all over the board around the state. But I believe that you guys have done a pretty good job at making a recommendation for this. I appreciate your work. I look forward to digging into this in a little more depth. Are there further questions? Looks like Ms. Patterson Harris has a comment. Sheila? Okay, no worries. Anything else for Mr. Arnold? Okay, so council and citizens, we will bring this back to council for public discussion, likely at our first meeting in July. We'll get some, we'll get briefings. There's a couple items in here that will qualify for a briefing executive session. And I think we'll get that done at our meeting on the 22nd, bring it back. I think if in fact we plan on calling an election in November, that we've got to initiate that process by middle of August, as I recall. Does that sound right, Ms. Garza? And it requires, the way we do it, requires 2 readings. Now, we have a bunch of meetings that first week of August, because we've got a budget meeting, so we could tack on one first, or a second reading to that if we need to. So we've got time to do it, and we're not going to get in a real big hurry to do it. But council, I think now is the time for us to dig into these recommendations. We'll get Mr. Arnold, the report from the committee will come in written form to the city manager. He'll share that with us. And then it's our turn to deliberate and listen to the words of our citizens and constituents, get advice from staff, talk to your peers around the state, and then we'll make some decisions about what our next steps are. Ms. Patterson Harris.
With that being said, Mr. Mayor, how much time does that give us to actually hear and have some of those opportunities for citizens to come and bring that to us without us having to spend all night?
Well, we're not
And
going to,
overnight.
yeah, we're not, we've done public hearings on this. I think that's been done. They had 2 very robust public hearings. We'll have public comment, I guess, at our, which is an opportunity. But I think more importantly, people know how to get a hold of us. It's very easy to get a hold of us, and we want people's input on this.
Yeah, you just made the salary go up, Mr. Mayor, when you said people know how to get a hold of us. It just jumped up, Mr. Mayor. But a reason, I just want to make sure that we give an opportunity. I did not, as I stated, I did not tune in or come or anything like that, because I wanted it to be their opportunity. So I did not get a chance. I guess I could go back and hash through all of it, but I really would like to hear. There may be some freshness from citizens having actually heard your presentation today. Sure. So there may be some folks that may want to say, hey, okay, I see where they're going. How about not so far this way? How about a little bit further this way? So what we get placed in front of the citizens in November, if that's the will, that it is something that people can agree with or wholeheartedly just go against. And I just wanted to make sure that we made sure that we heard from folks, and without my phone ringing in the middle of the night.
No, you make a really good point, and I think it's worth mentioning that all 9 of the Charter Review Committee's meetings were public. We've got video. I believe they're all available on the city website.
They are.
including the 2 public hearings.
Right.
So as much information as you'd like to have, Ms. Patterson Harris, you can just YouTube yourself to a special spot. Okay.
They were really good meetings, by the way, so.
Like I said, the salary just went up. No, I just wanted to make
No,
sure.
but
that
I
we-
think
but
that
I
you make
just
a-
want to make sure that we still, like I said, we have new information.
Yep.
This has not been presented in its form to the citizens. So it will cause people to shift a little bit, could potentially cause people to shift a little bit. And that's always my song and dance. I want to make sure that we hear from the folks. Thank you.
The best thing about this one is we can't do anything without the citizens voting on it, So
Mr. Mayor, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank city staff in our process. We did work quickly. We met weekly. And Amy Sims, Becky Garza, Courtney, Abby Dye, they delivered when we needed our information. They were on time. They fed us well. They really did great work to keep us on task so we could deliver this presentation to you guys today.
thank you.
So
Thank you very
city
much.
staff.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. We appreciate it. And I think council would like to also echo your words of thanks to our staff because I know how hard they work to meet your requirements. Okay, item 2.2 on our agenda is a briefing on the 2021 Ironman 70.3 Lubbock Triathlon. Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mr. Joe Mowdy makes his way to the front, and he's got a special guest, I think, that he'll probably introduce, actually several here in a moment. It is time. You do have an item on your agenda today that is related to the Ironman 70.3 Lubbock Triathlon. It is the last Sunday in June. It is largely the same route and the same features that we had for the 2019 event. Council, you all may recall that we kind of ran right up to the deadline a year ago to see if we could safely host this race. Ultimately, we're not able to do so, but the work didn't stop. Since then, Ironman, Mike and Marty Greer, Joe and all of his teams have stayed on it, and they're going to tell you a little bit about what's coming for this year. So, Joe?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon,
First, I'd
Mr.
like
Mowdy.
to introduce Todd Fitzgerald. He is our race director with the Ironman World Triathlon Corporation. We also have Mike and Marty Greer that are here as well to help, and Tiffany, who is also assisting with the race. As of today, we have an estimated 1,500 athletes. That is 559 athletes from outside of Texas within the United States and 60 international athletes competing. Out of that number, 1,528 athletes are actually registered from outside of Lubbock. So we're bringing in a lot of people into Lubbock for this race, for this event. It is a 1.2 mile swim, followed by a 56-mile bike ride out through Lubbock County into Crosby County and back, finishing up at Texas Tech University, where they will conduct a 13.1 mile run, running 3 laps around Texas Tech. The changes from our 2019 triathlon plans include a separate swim start and finish. So they're going to start at the boat ramps for Canyon Lake 6, and they're going to end near Martin Luther King Boulevard, Junior Boulevard, and transition to the bikes for that. On their route back in, they will continue through the Canyon Lake system to exit at Atzland Park, and then that way we can minimize the impact to Marcia Sharp Freeway for this event. The qualifying slots for the Ironman World Championships, there are 200 age group slots for the 70.3 World Championship, 25 women for tri slots for the 70.3 World Championship, 2 hand cycle or push chair slots for the 70.3 World Championship, and 2 hand cycle slots for the Ironman World Championships in Kona. As
Joe,
you-
Mr. Mowdy, because of that, we've had my understanding is we've had a considerable more interest among the hand cyclists. Is that true?
Yes, sir, it is.
How many, do you have any idea what we have?
7 hand cyclists for this event.
Okay, thank you.
As you can see, we've engaged all stakeholders from Police Department, Parks and Rec, Lubbock Fire Rescue, Water Department, our Information Technology, Radio Communications, GIS, our Civic Center staff, and others. For our partner agencies, we have been partnering with Texas Tech University in their emergency management, Texas Department of Transportation, the Lubbock County Sheriff's Office, UMC EMS, the Mayor's Fitness Council, and the Ironman World Triathlon Corporation. To cover the route, as I mentioned, they will swim at Canyon Lake 6. They will go out East 19th, continue out into Lubbock County. And the route has changed where they're doing a turnaround in Crosby County and finishing back on Texas Tech campus. As you can see, the impacts on this, there's very little impact to the traveling public for that day. There is a shuttle transportation provided by City Bus from Texas Tech University over to the transition area, and City Bus will also provide transportation back to Texas Tech University for the relay participants. The expected travel restrictions are from 7 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. There is a cutoff for each portion of the race, and participants that do not meet that cutoff will be pulled off the course. But we expect all travel restrictions to be ended by 1:30 p.m. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matty. Any questions for Joe? Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Joe, I am equally as excited this year, Ms. Marty, I see you back there, for the Ironman to be in this city as I were a couple years ago. You know, I tried to get going and get my cycling down and my swimming down. I came this close. But
Wait, how close was that again?
about this close.
Okay, just checking. All right.
But I am so excited. The amount of excitement that it generated after it was over for so many citizens in the area, like, what the heck was going on? So now the look is there for them to pay attention as to what's going on. I like the idea of changing the swim route to be closer to Martin Luther King Boulevard. So man, people can just be peeking over the edge and watching this thing happen, because it was really exciting. And I expect the same thing to happen. So I just wanted to sit that right there to say I'm excited that it's happening again, that it's coming to fruition, and that some of those adjustments are being made so the eyes can be upon it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Christian.
Yeah, just a quick question. Tell me again the total number that you have signed up so far.
We have 1,545 participants.
What's the maximum number that you can participants?
It originally was going to be a 2,000 participant cap due to COVID restrictions, but that cap, as I understand, has been removed.
And
So
when
it's
would be the last date that someone could, so how many more days could you have before somebody could sign up? Or are we close to what we think we'll have on the date of the race? Just out of
Let me
curiosity.
ask.
I mean, 1,500 is a lot, but I just thought,
So it's until it sells out or the Sunday before the race?
I'm sorry, what did
The
you?
Sunday before the race would be the last.
Oh, really? So you could have walk-ups?
That'd be the 20th.
Oh,
No,
okay.
the Sunday
Well, Ms.
before.
Patterson Harris, you still have time. Yeah, they'll take walk-up the morning of, so there you go. I'm glad I asked that question for you. You still have a few days to get ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Massico.
Thank you, Mayor. It's exciting to have the triathlon back this year. We were all very disappointed last year when we were not able to have the event. The triathlon is really part of this community's DNA. It's been here for, I can't remember how many years, Marty, but it's 32. I've been fortunate that I've been able to be involved in a lot of those races. Mike and Marty Greer have done a great job in creating something for Lubbock that, I mean, you just heard that is really an international event, and it brings people in to experience our community that wouldn't otherwise get to be here. I remember being on the finish line 2 years ago. I was pretty sweaty. It was hot. And I remember people coming across the line and talking about what a great experience that they'd had in Lubbock, Texas. They'd never been here before. And so that's what this is about. If you've never paid attention to it, it's and you have time to come out and see the race. Having it in town is quite special. And I'm also thankful to the World Triathlon Corporation for taking the baton from Mike and Marty and continuing this great legacy in Lubbock, Texas. So thank you.
Okay, I echo those comments. Todd, we're glad you're here. We look forward to a great partnership with Ironman 70.3. It's going to be a lot of fun. I really encourage citizens that have never seen a triathlon to assemble at around the university where the people finish their bike ride and start running, or maybe even better, if you want to get up early and see the prettiest part of Lubbock at the best time of the day, go out and park at May Simmons in the community center, walk down the hill and watch the swimming go on. Watch the people come out of the lake at the end of the swim. They make that transition and you get to watch the sun come up, bring your cup of coffee. If you're not careful, they may put you to work out there as a volunteer, but it's a great deal. And it's good to remind people that these people, so many of them are from out of town. They stay in our hotels, they eat in our restaurants, they shop in our stores. And in the middle of the summer, that's a big deal because we don't have any football games. Hopefully we'll be playing baseball in Omaha that weekend, but there's nothing going to be happening here. And so that's good for our community. And we're excited, really excited about it. Okay. Anything else for Joe? All right, we appreciate it, Mr. Manning.
Thank you, sir.
Our final item today is item 2.3. It's to get some updates from our Parks and Recreation team. This is not related to the master plan, but I'll let the city manager set this one up. Jarrett?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, Mr. Colby Van Gundy is in front of you today. As you'll recall, Colby is our relatively new Parks Director. Colby's done a great amount of work in a short period of time, put together his team. What he'd like to talk to you about today are some of those operational changes that he's identified and implemented. He's going to talk a bit about some future needs and really just kind of give you a catch up on how we're going to go forward with managing and taking care of our parks. So Colby, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mayor, council members, it's exciting to be with you guys today. I'm up.
Let's see if we can get that back. Colby, why don't you get started? We were emailed the presentation, so as you get going, if you want to do that?
Yes, sir.
We'll have it up momentarily.
That'll be perfectly fine. Just a quick overview of the department. We have 66 full-time employees that's directly related to this area as far as the park ops spot. We have 82 parks, over 3,900 acres of parkland. And just as a reference to make sure that y'all are understanding is that we do contract out all the mowing of the parks. And so in those numbers is not including us mowing the parks on a weekly basis. And so I wanted to make that clear when I showed the numbers of how many people, staff that we did have. The previous organizational structure had 6 categories that we had staff on. And go ahead, James. So the previous organizational structure had 6 areas that the staff was broke into, and those were athletic fields, turf maintenance, irrigation, electrical, environmental, and horticulture. And by the way that it was done, it left a lot of gaps of service where we weren't seeing things, where we would send a team out that was over irrigation, and they were directly looking at an irrigation issue. They weren't seeing other things throughout the parks. And so that left that stopgap where we didn't have anybody seeing it. And so what we've done is we've come up with park zones.
Try this real quick.
We're going to attempt to switch this over to Mr. Atkinson so he can connect and we can run it from there. We can.
Had to be unminded.
Sorry, Colby.
Oh, no, it makes it easy.
I saw yours there for a minute, Jared. You want to go to, can you get it, James? Can you get off your home screen? There we go. I got your comment. We got your notes on there too. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Should be city manager input.
I got him on, I have you on click share. Do you want me to go to East Council input? Is that better? City manager, he's got his own. Wow, okay. There you go. Okay.
No problem.
All right, please continue, Colby. Thank you, Jared.
Okay, then slide 3. Okay, so we broke up took kind of a combination of the previous structure and breaking down into zones to try to alleviate that stopgap where we weren't seeing the things. And so we brought into internal services, which we call very much like you have IT and you have human resources here. We brought in internal services that cover all of our parks. And so those are electrical, irrigation, athletic fields, and our park inspectors. And those groups still will go through every different area of town into our parks in one way or another, whether it's ball fields, they'll take care of all the ball fields in each one of the zones. Then we broke down into 4 zones. And so we have, you can see the different colors of zones. We have a red, green, a black, and a blue zone. And then you have a couple parks there that are circled, which are Maxey, Clapp, and McAllister. Those particular areas, we have people that are stationed there continuously. And so we'll have people at those larger parks that stay at those parks. The larger areas are now broke up to that we now have staff that go to each one of those parks on a weekly basis. And so the routine will start to develop. And I've already seen some of the results of that as far as being able to identify problem areas or identify areas that we need to take care of prior to them getting to us through an email or a phone call from a citizen that might be at the park or whatnot. And so that's really what we were attempting at that point, to put more structure into our employees' routines through the park that they were going to be at. And so, for instance, the Canyon Lake system that is in the blue, we have staff that is dedicated to that particular area the entire time. So they do not leave that area unless it's for a bigger event that we're doing or we need help on. But for the more normal day-to-day operations, they will be in those zones. And so what we are seeing from that is a better quality of product, and I believe that will continue to improve. And I'll answer, I know that's a lot on the zones, and so I'll answer any questions that you might have about that, unless you're ready for me to move forward.
Why don't you keep moving?
Okay. So the key here what we're working on is building a foundation. The Parks Department, we've all noticed, we've got a master plan that's starting. There's no hiding the fact that we need help in the Parks Department, and that's going to come from a lot of things. The thing that I'm focusing on now, and the very first thing is to keep it clean and safe. The next step would be the aesthetics, and the third step would be the amenities. And I'm going to dive deep into each one of those here. So keep it clean. Oh, Jared, I'm sorry. I'm moving mine without you knowing you're moving. Keep it clean. It does not matter what amenities we put in the parks. If we don't keep it clean, it's not going to look good. And so that's really where the zones come in play. And so staff is going through each day, they're working litter pickup and dumping trash cans and those things, where previously we had 8 people assigned to try to keep up with trash of 3,800 acres. And you're just not going to do it that way. And so that's our first step, is keep it clean, keep it safe. We're going to do that with multiple ways. We're going to do that with civic groups to help us clean up. We're going to do that by developing an Adopt a Park program, which will be able to allow Boy Scouts or groups to that nature to come in and adopt a park, and we'll have things that very specific for them to be able to take on to help us out. And then also, like I said, part of that is to having staff dedicated in each one of the zones. The next step is going to be to improve the aesthetics. What we're doing there is looking at, painting of our shade structures, reclaiming our parkland, whether that's with people that are driving down as places that they shouldn't, whether that's with prairie dogs, whatever those things are, we've got to reclaim our land. If you go look at Buddy Holly rec area, it has been devastated. Something at Lake 6, when we have the hard rain because of the devastation that the prairie dogs have done, we're having mudslides in those. And so we're going to go through and start working ways to alleviate that. One of the things that we're going through, if you in this picture at the bottom, is from the fields there on 19th Street, just above Dunbar Lake. And we have placed a silk fence around that to help alleviate the prairie dogs going in. And I stole that idea from Mr. John Turkin. I hope he's not here. Good, then it's mine. And so it's helped from a standpoint. When we started it, we'd see prairie dogs come into those fields 2 or 3 times. The next night we'd see 3 or 4 holes that popped up. We put the silt fence around, and we haven't seen any come back. And so it's diverting that sight line. And so what we'll be able to do then is divert that sight line and be able to start moving back and putting a prairie grass in that will get some height that will stop the prairie dogs from being able to see. And if they can't see all the way across the field, they will not stay. And so those are things that we are starting to implement. It's going to take us a little time, but we're working on those. And so we're exploring multiple routes. We've conducted with Texas Parks or the TDA, and it's very difficult to use some of those different means of extermination, but we believe that we can, this is going to show progress. And so we'll continue working this system and any other system that we can find that will help us take care of this problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Patterson Harris.
I want to stop and do a cartwheel or something because of, and just working with Mr. Kobe, and when he hit the ground running, the first thing in his face was the loving prairie dogs. I'll use that word. And so I appreciate the different ideas or different approaches that you're looking into to begin to address this issue. And you're spot on. Last year, the ability for our kiddos to even be in the fields to play baseball was halted with the little prairie dogs trying to steal the ball from them or whatever. So the ideas that you're coming up with, and it's funny, but it is serious. So the danger in that, so the ideas that you're coming up with and the things that you're trying to make happen, I'm serious, man. If I didn't have this dress on, I'd do a cartwheel right now. So help me, because it is important. It's a safety issue.
Yes, ma'am.
More than anything. So I appreciate, I had to stop you, Mr. Mayor, and stop right there and really give you your kudos and say thank you for the work on this issue.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Hold on. Mr. Christian.
I want to also echo what y'all are doing with the native grasses, not only to get rid of the prairie dogs, which has been pretty much validated by what you guys have been doing, but I think it's exciting too for refer to McAllister. There's a section of McAllister that we're not going to be able to do much with on the west side of Milwaukee. For our kids to know about those native grasses, to understand the history behind those native grasses as well. And you always hear about that. That's what the Indians hid underneath those grasses as they were hunting buffalo. So yeah, that I'm all for, and with Ms. Patterson Harris and getting rid of those prairie dogs. But there's also an incredibly wonderful historical aspect to turning some of these parks back into the native grasses that were here long before us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Please continue, Mr. Van Gundy.
The next step in that pyramid that I showed is going to be a systematic approach to replacing our amenities. And so, like I said at the very beginning, if we don't create that base at the bottom where we're keeping it clean, we're improving the things that we have, then no matter what you give to us, these amenities aren't going to last the test of time. And that's what we want to put in. We want things that we put in to last, to stay good. And so we've done this a couple different ways. As you can see, I think you all received this inspection report early this morning. This is my staff came up with this to be able to put a systematic approach to how we're replacing our playgrounds and the needs for it. And so we went through and we graded every one of the playgrounds. I think I talked about this in November when my first conversation is. We went through and we graded every playground that we had. We have a sheet that's in the very back of that report that can go and show you what we graded on and what we were looking at. And so it was being done across the board and without worry about wherever we were at or whatnot, we just graded each playground on what they were worth. And so you'll see those types of recommendations come. You will also see recommendations coming from our master plan that will show. You also see as we start working through Cartograph that that's the approach that we're going to be taking as far as we are going to be asking and recommending amenities to go into our parks. The next thing that we will be doing to go to those amenities is working through Parks and Wildlife to do grants. And I'm happy to explain, I wish Kaylee Robertson was here today. Her and Ronnie Gallagher put a tremendous amount of work and effort into developing a rather quick application for a recreation trail grant. After the meeting that we had on the 12th, I believe Mr. Christian was talking about going ahead and getting started on some of these Parks and Wildlife grants. And so we were able to find a grant, a trails grant that was the due date was in February. And so we went ahead and applied for it. We received last week, we received notice that we did receive that grant. And so that total project cost is going to be $96,000. Our contribution to that's going to be $19,300. And so in the specific trail grant, we will have a mountain bike trailhead, a water station, way signs, and bike racks. We have also reached out to Mr. Jarrett Hurst to help us get the mountain bike group together and so that they can be a part of this process, and we'll be working with them going forward. I will let you know that the state takes a little bit of time before they give us the okay. And so we were informed it's going to be June of 2022 before we actually get the okay to go and spend money. And so we can't do any design work or any other things prior to that, or we won't get reimbursed for it. And so June of 2022, we'll be starting on this project. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Last thing is talking about some challenges.
Colby, before you get too far,
Sure.
Ms. Joy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to catch you back on amenities. Improving what we have is one thing, but we've got parks that don't have any.
Mhm.
I've got one in my district. I sent you an email on it.
Mhm.
Huge park, has a lake in it. And I think there are 2 benches and there's some play equipment. There's not a cupboard, anything. If you want to come out and have a picnic, you bring your blanket and you sit, and some people do that.
Mhm.
And it's very utilized. But we don't have any. There's nothing out there for anybody to sit on, to eat on. So where does that come into the amenities piece?
That will come in through the master plan process, because the master plan process will identify that they will go through and they will inventory and they will identify our strengths and weaknesses of each park, what amenities we have, what amenities we're lacking. And so that portion of it will be done through the master plan process.
Okay, so the grading of amenities is part of that master plan process?
Portions of it, we will continue to grade you will see a park inspection report every single year that I'm here. And so what we will do is every year, we will take a look at what we have been able to do, if anything, and then where we're at. So does a playground go from a score of a 70 down to a 68? That way you will be able to keep that running total of what the inventory is doing over the course of time. Very well knowing that not every year are we going to be able to replace it. The amount's going to change. It's going to differ, correct? Right. And so that's the portion of this part that you'll see. And so we will take that approach of looking at all of our amenities. We have to create a balance of what our old amenities are and how we're replacing, and then what we're adding to our facilities. Because if not, we get into a case that we're so far behind that it takes such a large chunk of money to catch up.
Well, we're already behind.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
There's not any question.
You're right.
And so I guess my question was really, isn't that grading of amenities part of the master plan? Isn't it not included in the master plan that is what you will be doing, and you'll do it on an annual basis?
We will be grading all of our amenities. Yes, ma'am. Maybe I'm not even understanding your question.
I just want to be sure it's in writing somewhere. And if that's the master plan, that's where it belongs.
Well, he's grading existing amenities
I
today.
understand.
You're talking about needed amenities, right?
Well, no, I'm talking about what he's talking about, which is every year they're going to grade.
Oh, I thought you were
the
talking about your
exist-
park that didn't have
no,
amenities.
Existing amenities. I just want to make sure that this grading process goes forward, because we do things all the time where we say we're going to do this and we start doing it, and then in a year or two it kind of drops by the wayside. It doesn't get done. So my question is, why isn't that a part of the master plan, that's what you're going to do in terms of grading your amenities?
The master plan will look at the overall picture of what we've got and what our current conditions are. It'll give us a recommendation going to in the future of where we want to go. So I think the process that encapsulates what you're speaking of will be our cartograph program. Our cartograph program will go in, and as we build that out, it's a amenity, my words are slipping from me, an asset management system. That asset management, we will be able to go the first year that we put that this playground is 5 years old and it's in X condition. We will be able to, every time we go and we replace something at that playground, or we do maintenance at that playground, that data will be collected to be able to say, okay, at this playground, you spent X amount of dollars in this year. And so it will help us give a lifespan of where we need to be. And so I think that's going to get where you're asking about all of our amenities, as far as what does a volleyball court looks like? What does the basketball goal look like? Those answers will be done through the cartograph program. Our large amenities, like our playgrounds, would be something that we would do an inspection report each year that you would come back on this.
Okay.
Does that help? Does that answer your question?
You've got a bifurcated group there. You're treating some assets differently than other assets, is what I'm hearing. Like your playgrounds, that's an annual thing. With the other amenities that are not as large, you're handling that in a different process, is what I heard.
To some degree, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Atkins, did you have a comment?
Good discussion. Might add just a little bit to it. The master plan really gives us that baseline assessment. It's also going to say what should be next and next and next after that, but it's that baseline assessment of the entire system. As a baseline, we have to build on that each and every year. And that's your point, that we've got to continue. Colby and his team have finished the first full version of that, and they did focus on the playgrounds first. It's been a need in the community for a long time. It's been in capital budgets and delayed, and really an issue we need to do. It also is part of that system he mentioned, that cartograph, the asset management. The city has not had that. We're bringing it online now. That will capture everything right down to the bench, the trash can, the shade shelters. All of that will be in there. And I guess an analogy would be kind of like building the pavement condition maps for the city. You set those on a base. We're redoing the bases right now, and then we keep that updated every year. And absolutely convinced that Colby and his team will keep all of this up to date as we go forward.
Okay, please continue, Colby.
Be on the last slide. So some of the challenges that we're facing, and I think all the departments are facing this, and this is not just Parks and Rec, as far as hiring and retaining employees, it's a tough one right now. We are understaffed. We got a couple things. We've got about 11 positions that are open right now, and then we believe that we are understaffed as well from as far as total FTEs. That as well will take into account in the master plan to help us determine where that is and how a plan of an action to get there. Some of the other things that we're doing in the background about that is looking at the ways that we are going after our employees. I've just got out of a meeting yesterday with Dr. Rollo from Lubbock ISD. We have talked through the other ISD's CTE programs and putting together a way to get those CTE kids to have basically certifications when they come out of high school that will translate to Parks and Recreation. So an example of this is that there's a CTE class that's offered in the high school that is turf grass management. When those kids come out, they have already been able to go through how to run a weed eater, how to work on a mower, working on pesticide applicators licenses, things to that nature. Horticulture, same way. Irrigation, they have an irrigation tech course that is there that we could directly relate to our staff. So we're not only approaching it from where we're short now, but how are we going to build it into the future so we're sustainable as a department. So that was all that I had on the presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Venga. Any questions? Let's start with Mr. Christian.
Just real quick, if you go back to that next slide, that's very intriguing to me. Are those certifications or those people that have those certifications coming out of high school? What sort of job opportunities are available to them, not just in Lubbock, but across? That seems to me like that would be a very, that career, those folks would be in high demand.
Yeah, I'm speaking a little bit out of my realm. Now, my wife is a CTE person. She'd be able to do a lot better job at that than I am. But the things that are looking, there's a welding CTE course. There's a career path that each one of those students can go through that gets them ready for those jobs. Some students that may not want to go to a four-year college, that may want to go to a technical school or come right out of and go right into the workforce. There's areas that is construction where they're bringing kids in and they're teaching them how to help build houses and how to frame and do those types of things. And so we just want to tap into that where it affects Parks and Rec. I would assume that could be something that we could expand as well. But it's a great program, and a lot of the schools are going to those CTE type of classes. They're tremendously popular.
Yeah, I just had a flashback many years ago flying back to Lubbock, and a kid was coming from Michigan or somewhere because he wanted to go to the turf management program at Texas Tech, is one of the best in the country. So I was wondering if if they had good certifications out of high school, it certainly seems like there would be a demand for those folks that have their certifications.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Colby, Adopt a Park.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we kind of put things together as to what that'll look like if an organization adopts a park? Do we provide, say, hey, this signage or an opportunity for them to donate, or what? What does that look like, or have we started?
We were just now starting to put the process together, and I can get back with you and I'll show you what that process looks like. I've had one in previous cities that I went to, but I want to make sure that it fits with here in Lubbock. And so I'll get back to you.
In some of those previous cities, who actually were some of the organizations or groups that looked to be the ones adopting the parks?
This was very successful. And when I was in Greenville, that program, we had the Kiwanis Club that adopted a park. You had some civic organizations that went out and adopted. And so normally it is geared with a 501(c), nonprofit type of group. Sometimes you might have your National Honor Society out of high schools do something of that nature, but that's the groups that normally you're looking at. A neighborhood association, that's something of that nature.
Yeah, that's kind of where my mind went to when you were talking about that. And I just thought it'd be a great opportunity for those neighborhoods to really get involved in that, provide, I always say jokers, but it's a term of endearment. Sure. Provide them some signage or something to let folks know that they're responsible for helping their park look as great as it does. So just want to ask this question, and to whomever it needs to go to. With regard to, we've got 82 parks. There's a whole lot of grassland. Do we have and ample enough staff to really fulfill the needs that we have to make these places run well. Whoever wants to take that on. And I think it's something that we look at because we have some great ideas here and that's all they are if we don't have the folks in place to help make this thing run.
Yes,
And if that's a conversation for a budget, fine. But I want to sit it right here so that we don't forget because it's important.
Yes, ma'am. I will let you know that the master plan, that's one of the reasons that came up to the top of the list is that they really work a workable plan. And so they will help us identify where our weaknesses are and what our needs are going to be for our department, the way that we run to, because we run a little bit different as far as we contract out all of our mowing. So we can't take those numbers into our total numbers to make sure. And so they will help us work through those. And I think you'll see as that comes through, we'll be able to give you more of an idea of where we're at and where we need to go.
One last thing, and I'll get out of your way with regard to the prairie dogs, those lovely things. The ideas that you have are some of those things, some information that we can share with some of the neighbors and citizens that live around or have churches and businesses around to help them kind of combat the same situation. And if so, how can we do that?
I mean, I would say that if you ask what the easiest way to get to somebody, say a church that's having problems with them, I think that the cheapest and easiest way to have an immediate fix is put a silt fence around because it stops that view. And so once they can't see, they will leave. And so that would be the cheapest thing for the citizens to be able to do on their own property. I can't recommend any other things besides that, but that's where I would go is a silt fence around it for a time being, and that will help drive them out.
And maybe that's just some encouragement for some conversations as we move along and just to kind of share all of that knowledge with those folks so they can do some things to kind of help us collectively, if you will, to address this issue. Thank you so much for the hard work, and I'm looking forward, even though I see some F's on my report card. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I really would echo Ms. Patterson Harris in saying that when I look at some of these grades, it does look like my report cards. What are you laughing?
Some of these grades might have been aspirational for you.
Mayor, I've got one that's got to be. We're still on the course of with this grading system. Does this also assess what LISD is doing with their particular playgrounds that are so close to
No,
ours?
so this report does not have anything, does not take into account that at all.
Okay. Does that need to be? Since tax dollars are spent on those playgrounds.
That may be a question for y'all to answer.
Well, I always bring this up, Kobe, please excuse me, but it does make a difference to me that when you've got a LISD campus catty-cornered to one of our wonderful parks, and you can use a sand wedge to hit one swing set to another swing set. They're that close together. So, and a lot of the campuses are not, those LISD campuses are open 24/7. They're not all gated. So I feel like that, in my opinion, that should be taken under consideration, that we've got a duplication within the LISD parameter.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Ms. Joy.
Well, to the mayor's point that he's made several times, if you look at these parks by district, District 5 only has 4 parks. And District 6, I think I have 5. Because of the way we developed parks and then we stopped.
Yes, ma'am.
So I assume this master plan is going to deal with how we're going to handle parks into the future.
I think that's something that is going to be addressed as far as it's going to give recommendations. You've sat on those committee meetings with me and stuff. It's a tough one to be able to say how, because they're being, taken up by developers, all the land is. And so we have to develop how we're going to, use the plazas, when we're going to use the plazas, and that's a large conversation that I don't think I could answer today for sure.
Well, there may be some parks, but they may not be city-owned, is my point.
Oh, and I think that that's very much a very true statement. We have a lot of parks in the south side of Lubbock that are privately owned. We also have, when we met with the consultants with the ISD superintendents, that was one of the things that was brought up, is that the Friendship assistant superintendent spoke of, they're building their schools with playgrounds and with some amenities on them, because they realize the lack of park land in the south side or in their areas of the school district.
So do we have a listing of the private parks? And when you say private, that means not, I guess we're really talking about not owned by the city. Do we have a list of those as well?
We have a fairly good list of what we have now. Do I know that every single one of them, as far as a small pocket park or not, in there? I've got portions of it. I don't know that I have it all, Ms. Joy, to be able to just.
But we will have that. Because
Yes,
it
ma'am.
appears
Yes,
to me
ma'am.
that is an important piece
Yes.
of the development of the park system, whether it's a private park, an HOA park,
Sure.
or a city park.
Yeah, and I think
How
that's
they all
important
fit together.
I think that's important to take into consideration when you see like our park score that will come out that suggests, you have a 10-minute walk in a sense, because we're not going to be able to get there with such a gap from where we went to, but that doesn't mean that there's not a park there that is serving that community. It may not serve the entire community that Lake Six does or Aslan Park does, but it is serving that community within that 10-minute walk. And so you have to take that report with a little bit of grain of salt and understand what you're looking at. But you are 100% correct.
Yeah, I would like to see, if we could, mapped out the parks that are city-owned and those that are private.
Okay, we can work
Or
on that.
let's say non-city owned.
Yeah.
They may not be private, although some of the HOAs do claim that the parks they built are accessible only to them.
Oh, sure.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Anything else from Mr. Van Gundy? Kobe, good work.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chidas.
Thank you, Mayor. Kobe, on Aslan Park, rated an F. Now, are we talking replacing equipment only, or is the tennis court being a part of that as well?
The only amenities we're looking at that are just the playground.
Just the playground?
In this report. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
So Kobe, thank you for your work. You've been here 8 months?
About 10 now.
10
Close,
months.
yeah.
All right. You've covered a lot of ground.
Well, thank you, sir.
And I think we told you when you came, we knew there's a lot to do, but we really appreciate what you and your team are doing. And thanks for briefing us today. I think this is informative to us. One final question. You also are responsible for some, what would be like non-traditional parks also. Like, don't you guys mow? Are you responsible for mowing on University in the Boulevard? Is that yours too? Do you maintain those?
Yeah, there's a lot of those things, 19th Street median. There's a lot of those things that Parks and Recreation does. And so.
Citizens Tower out here. I just mentioned it because
exactly.
you guys do it. So it's hard to really put everything you do in writing. I want us to tell you how much we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And
Appreciate
so
that.
thanks to you and your team. Please share that with your team.
I will. Thank you, sir.
You can keep those mowers running, because because all that rain and this God's heat, we're going to have a lot of Bermuda growing.
Yes, that's
Good
good.
stuff. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council, that concludes our work session items. We have, before we go to executive session, I believe we have 3 items that have been pulled today. Items 7.6, 7.9, and 7.14. So that's 7.6, 7.9, and 7.14. Are there any other pulls? Okay. City Council will hold executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements and/or consultation with attorneys under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Also to discuss personnel matters under section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. And finally, to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information as it relates to economic development under section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. It is 2:39. The Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Good afternoon. It's 4:47. The Lubbock City Council is back from our recess. We will begin with our ceremonial items. Following that, I'll gavel us in for our regularly scheduled meeting this evening. Thank you for being with us. And we'll start with the invocation this evening led by Pastor Todd Sons, with the St. Matthew United Methodist Church. Following the preacher's prayer, the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the pledges. Would everyone please rise?
Grace and peace to all of you from our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Will y'all join with me as we pray? Father God, we thank you, Lord, for Lubbock, Texas, God, and all the surrounding communities here, which mean people, Father. And Lord, in specifics tonight, we ask the power of your presence, of your Holy Spirit, come and flood this chamber just as you did in Acts chapter 2, God, with a great rushing wind, Father. Specifically tonight, though, Lord, I want to pray for these that are before me, Father. The burden of government, Father, the burden of representation, Father, the burden of people just being people, God. So I lift them before you right now. As you so well have turned the burden of government into the blessing of government, Father, and the burden of representation into what a blessing it is to have representation, Father. And the burden sometimes of people and people, God, that you have turned into the blessing of us having each other, Father. All that led these men and women in these seats before us because of their love for community and their love for people. And Father, their love for you. So right now, Father, I pray for Juan, God, and I lift him up to you. And Father, I pray for Sheila, and I lift her up to you, Father. And I pray for Jeff, God, and I lift him up to you, Lord. And I pray for Steve, Father, and I lift him up to you. And I pray for Randy, Father, and I lift him up to you. And I pray for Latrell, God, and I lift her up to you. And I pray for Dan, Father, and I lift him up to you. And I pray for Jarrett, Lord, and I lift him up to you. And Father, I pray for Chad, God, and I lift him up to you. And Father, I pray for Rebecca, Lord, and I lift her up to you, Father. All our brothers and sisters here, God, their districts, their representation of the people in this city, God, I lift them up to you as well, Father. And I thank you for each of these, Lord, that have humbly taken upon service and community and love for your community here in Lubbock, God. Bless them. Give them your strength, Father. Fill them with your mercy and tenderness and kindness, Lord. Father, I don't know how these men and women sleep from night to night, God. Probably like me, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. But I pray a special blessing upon them this evening as they lay their heads down to rest, that your peace would be upon them and that you would give them good rest tonight, Lord. We thank you for them. And all of God's people said, amen. Amen.
Please join me now in the pledge to the American and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Preacher, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Now, Ms. Joy just said you can come back and pray for us anytime you want to, okay? So thank you very much. We appreciate you. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for leading the prayer. Council, that concludes our ceremonial items tonight. We'll go to our regular agenda, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to call us to order. We'll take care of the minutes, and then we'll come back and see if we have any citizen comments. So it's 4:52 p.m. Today is Tuesday, the 8th of June, 2021. It's the regularly scheduled Lubbock City Council meeting. It's our first meeting of the month, and we're so pleased that you're with us. So I'll call this meeting to order. All right, first item tonight will be our minutes. The minutes from, bear with me for a second. Okay, the minutes from the April 20th, 2021 special city council meeting at the Electric Utility Board and the May 11th, 2021 regular city council meeting were included in our agenda book this meeting. To begin consideration of these minutes, is there a motion to consider?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, you've got a motion and a second to approve these minutes. Are there additions or corrections to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll have a vote on those. Those in favor of presenting the minutes as presented, please indicate your support of that motion by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. All right, we're going to pause for just a minute on citizen communications. I do have one more pull that I need to add. We're going to, 710 is going to be pulled for Mr. Atkinson. Staff requested a pull on that one. Mr. Atkinson will give us the details on that when we get to the consent agenda in just one moment. And we'll pause just for a minute to see if we have anyone sign up for citizen comments. I know we had nobody email their comments in. And I don't know, Abby, do you know if we have anybody out there so far? Okay. All right. Thanks. We'll give this just a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Okay, we've not had no one that signed up for citizen comments as of yet. If someone does come in, we certainly could allow them to comment, but I don't believe we're going to have any comments, and we'll move along to our consent agenda. Consent agenda or items, it's item 7 on our tonight's agenda order. And the consent agenda is comprised of items considered to be routine and enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the council desires to discuss an item on its own, that item is removed from the consent agenda and it's considered separately. So tonight we have 4 items that have been pulled. Item 7.6, item 7.9, item 7.10, and item 7.14. And I'll get quickly on 710. Let's go to the city manager on that. Mr. Atkinson, tell us what you'd like to do on this one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. With yours and the council's permission, staff would like to pull item 710 and bring this back to you at the June 22nd meeting.
Okay, council, are there any objections to that? Okay, that will allow that to happen. I think there's just a procedural cleanup. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. We have we do not have the legal parcels listed correctly for that easement.
Okay, might as well get it done right now. Rather prefer not to have to come back and clean it up after the fact. Okay, council, I would open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 7.6, 7.9, 7.10, and 7.14.
Move to approve the consent agenda for June 8th, 2021, with the exceptions of 7.6, 7.9, 7.10, and 7.14.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay, we got a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda, save items 7.6, 7.9, 7.10, and 7.14. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, indicate your support by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. All right, we will now, let's go now to item 7.6. Item 7.6 is on page 85. And this is a budget amendment from our IT group, coming from finance, but specifically, I believe, to IT related and maybe even more so to public safety CAD and some public safety solutions. To begin discussion on this, can we get a motion? Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Patterson Harris. The second, Mr. Massigal, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Mr. James Brown, our IT Director, is going to walk us through kind of the next step in the acquisition of the public safety computer-aided dispatch records and other related modules. James?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
Thank you for being here today. This item before you today is a budget amendment that would add dollars to an existing capital project that was established, I believe, in fiscal 19-20 budget year to explore the possibility of replacing our existing public safety software applications. That effort has been ongoing. It has been somewhat hampered by the pandemic. We can't necessarily go to places. We haven't been able to do that. It's a very important project. We want to make sure we get it right. And what we would like to do is come back to you at another council meeting with an agreement with those dollars that have been today that would hire a consultant to help us walk us through this process. It's a very complicated systems. These are long life, 15-year systems. We want to make sure that we get that right. So that's what these dollars will be for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Questions for Mr. Brown? Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you explained it in that fashion because I wasn't getting that from the information and I wanted us. So if I didn't get it, there's probably two people out there that didn't get it as well. And I want to make sure that we're clear with people because it is a necessary improvement, if you will. And I think we want to make sure that we understand how those funds are going to make sure that that happens, especially with the increase in the cost, I guess. Is there anything else you want to add to, once we get this done, could you help us understand what it will do for us as well?
Well, I think it's helpful to have a little bit of background. The existing systems we're using have been in place since approximately 2005. The company vendor that we're using has gone through multiple acquisitions, if you will. There's a lot of contraction in this industry, but the platform has changed relatively little. So we're looking for increased functionality, particularly as it relates to how we manage and access data. So I think you'll see some increased functionality out of this and hopefully efficiencies for our public safety partners.
That's kind of what I wanted to hear. That's very important. So thank you for the information. I don't know if there's anything else that maybe anyone else wants to add or ask.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Council, are there further questions or comments on this? I asked the same questions of the city manager just last night. So the exact same. Okay, James, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Okay, council, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.6. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. I can confirm that no one has signed up for public comments. Council will now move to item 7.9. It's on page 94. To begin consideration of this item, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Griffith for the motion, Mr. Chidas for the second. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mike Keenum, our city engineer, will lay this item out.
Good evening, Mr. Keenum.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is a second read of a partial alley closure in the vicinity of Indiana and 34th Street. We've got an image on the screens there for the portion of the alley that will be closed. There will remain a utility easement and a garbage collection easement in place of where that alley will close. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Keenum. Council, any questions on this from Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have a question. I just wanted to make sure I understood. This particular lot is an important part of the 34th and Indiana corridor. And it has been empty for quite a while, misused at one point. And I think this is a great use. And as Mr. Keenum explained, the necessary added space that will make a great end-up convenience store on that corner. So I just want everybody to understand that. I think that's a great addition.
You know, we talk about there being food deserts in our town. This is a gasoline desert. There really is not a good place to get folks to live in this part of town to get those kind of services. So it's good to see these guys coming here.
Yes, sir. It's expected to be the Murphy Express convenience store. So
That's what I understand. Okay. All right. Other questions for Mr. Keenum? Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 7.9. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Okay, we've pulled 7.10. We'll now move to item 7.14. 7.14 is on page 133. Council, to begin discussion, is there a motion? Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris for that motion and Mr. Griffith for that second. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Keenum, again, going to walk us through kind of the next step in your unpaved roads program. Recall that those dollars were brought up for this current year's budget. They've also secured funding through CDBG. Bids came in just a little high. We had a small amount of carryover we're able to cover that with. But Mike, if you would kind of show us where this is and what we'll be doing.
yes, sir, Mayor, Council, again, this is phase 3 of our unpaved roads project. And the bids came in a little higher, as Mr. Atkinson stated, than we had expected. And we had 2 alternates that were listed and we were hoping to be able to award all those, but we didn't have the funds to do all of those. So there was 2 projects. The alternates were not awarded. This is for the base bid only for a little over 1.5 million. This is with Lone Star Dirt and Paving. They're the same contractor that has done phases 1 and 2. They were our only bidder, but we did have several companies that looked at it. They were the only ones that submitted. And we talked to them about the costs, and just material costs and labor costs are just going through the roof right now. And so that's why our numbers came in a little high. But this does include several of the projects that you see on the screen there. Locust between Loyola and Kent, and then North Avenue Q between Bates and Cesar Chavez. And you've got East 13th between June and Keel. You have East 74th between Ash and Elm, and then Avenue D from 76th to 82nd Street. So those are all the roadways that are included in this portion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keenum. Let's start with a question from Mr. Chidas.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Keenum, I pulled this because I wanted to share the information with the public. The information, okay, when the work does proceed, how are we going to notify the people that will be impacted with this?
In those neighborhoods,
Yes, sir.
the contractor will notify those adjacent homeowners or residents in that area at the time when they start construction in that specific area. Obviously, we're not going to let everybody know all at once because they have to mobilize several different times. And so they've got 269 days for substantial completion once they get the notice to proceed. So they will notify those areas when they start the work or prior to starting the work.
I'm looking at North Avenue Q. When the work does begin, will there be an area situated for parking? I'm sure it will be. And will the public be notified? This is what we recommend?
In areas situated for parking, I don't understand your question.
Well, at North Avenue Q, just as an example.
Right.
When the work does start, because the housing is only on one side, on the west side of Q, what kind of impact when the work does begin, will it have on the people that are living there? Where will they be parking?
The contractor will try to work with them as best they can, but there's going to be sections that are going to be shut down while they're doing the asphalt. So they'll have to either park on Cesar Chavez or on Baylor Street, or sometimes in the past, if there's ability to park in the alley, if they have a fence or not, there's arrangements that they can try to make to do that.
But the contractor will be working with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted clarification. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of wanted to showcase, if you will, the work that we're looking at continuing doing with regard to unpaved roads, or for lack of a better word, dirt roads, because I've gotten several calls here recently because I've been saying, hey, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. So I wanted to make sure that we presented this so folks would know that we're keeping our word on the work that we're said that we're doing. And that's all I wanted more than anything. And so I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you dressing all up to say it. And your good suit.
Just for you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And-
Thank you very much.
And to your point, this uses up all of the money that has been appropriated. And we did, Mr. Atkins said, we did get 500,000 from CD. So those monies are included in this. And we had to have rollover from another source to finish out this project for this phase.
Thanks for the continued work. And I know the
Absolutely.
citizens appreciate it as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Keenum, you said it's, I think you called it phase 3. Is that right? So
Yes, sir.
that would imply it's the third year that we've done this. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we've had funding for 4 years. And so we've had some carryover and doing those packages, getting them designed and getting them out in time. And so this catches us up with all the money that's been appropriated. And then I hear that there might be some coming up in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there is going to be. I think we've already made that taken that action. So yes. Okay. Other questions for Mr. Keenum? Okay. So council, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 714. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Keenum.
Thank you.
Okay, council, that concludes the consent agenda. We'll move to our regular agenda. It begins with item 8.1 on page 286. Items 8.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all second readings of items from planning. If it pleases the council, we'll get Mr. Isom to do a high-level overview of all 7 of those cases, and then we'll decide how we would like to deliberate on those 7. Okay? Mr. Isom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, I want to thank Councilwoman Joy for questioning us last week on the thoroughfare plan. It turns out there were some discrepancies in the data included on the GIS map. So we've gone back with GIS and engineering to fix those items, and they've been adjusted in your staff reports.
That's good. Very good.
So item 8.1 is case 1788F for Lubbock Prosperity LP, represented by McNougal Realtors. The request is for a zone change from General Retail District C3 to General Retail District C3 specific use for a blood plasma center at 4841 50th Street. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 50th and east of Wayne Avenue. The staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval as well. And the City Council approved first reading by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Ms. Joy, do you have a question on this one?
No.
Okay,
Sorry.
council, anything on 8-1? Okay, let's move to 8-2. It begins on page 301. It's zone case 2909E.
Item 8.2 is case 2909E for S&S Commercial Properties represented by Callaway Architecture. The request is for a zone change from Interstate Highway Commercial District to Apartment Medical District at 6401 Spur 327. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located south of Spur 327 and east of Milwaukee Avenue. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote, and City Council approved first reading also by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Questions, council, on item 8-2? Okay, let's go to 8-3. Begins on page 321, zone case 2984M.
Item 8.3 is case 2984M for 34th and Upland Storage Incorporated and 87th Street Partners represented by Centerline Engineering and Consulting. The request is for a zone change from Interstate Highway Commercial and General Retail District C3 to C3 with a specific use for self-storage facility and two-family district R2 at 7115, 7105 34th Street. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 34th Street and east of Upland Avenue. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote, and City Council approved first reading also by a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on item 8-3? Okay, we'll move to item 8-4. Begins on page 340, case 2985C.
Item 8.4 is case 2985C for Edge Construction, represented by 17 Services LLC. The request is for a zone change from Garden Office GO to Apartment Medical AM at 5614 114th Street. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located south of Elkhart Avenue and north of 114th Street, east of Elkhart and north of 114th. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this by unanimous vote, and City Council also approved first reading by unanimous vote.
Council, any questions on item 8-4? Okay, let's go to 8-5, page 352, case 3050G.
Item 8.5 is case 3050G for Brook Heights 2 Limited, represented by AMD Engineering. The request is for a zone change from single-family district R1 specific use to two-family district R2. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located north of 123rd and west of Memphis Avenue. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this by a vote of 4-1, and the City Council approved first reading by a vote of 7-0.
Ms. Joy.
Mr. Asham, this is the property that we were told has an agreement with the Brook Heights neighbors, and that this parcel will be within their HOA. Is that correct?
I do believe that's correct, and they are here if you'd like to ask.
Okay, well, I just remembered that there were those representations made. Wanted to be sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Anything else on this item? Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Let's go to item 8-6, page 374, case 3431.
Item 8.6 is case 3431 for 146th Street and Slide Road Incorporated, represented by Centerline Engineering and Consulting. The request is for a zone change from Transition T to General Retail District C3 with a specific use for self-storage facility at 14505 Slide Road. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located east of Slide and north of 146th Street. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this by unanimous vote, and City Council approved first reading again by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on 8-7? Okay, thanks, Mr. Isom. Don't go far. We may need you. Okay, council, how do you, you want to consider this collectively? You want to pull any of these off to do individually? How would you like to handle this? Am I right? So it seems to be okay? Okay. All right, I'll open the floor for a motion to consider items 8.1 through 8.7.
Mayor, make a motion, move for approval items 8.1 through 8.7.
Okay, got a motion to approve from Mr. Maskell, second from Mr. Chidas. Council, we've got a motion on the floor. Are there questions for staff or comments?
I don't think I went through the presentation for 8.7. Do you
I
want
didn't
me to-
I'm
think
sorry, did I miss it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
No
skipped.
problem.
You're right. I did. You're right. Let's go to back to 8.7. My bad. We've got a motion on it, but let's go back and talk about 8.7. That's on page 394. That's zone case 3433. My apologies.
Item 8.7 is case 3433 for Baxter Trust represented by AMD Engineering. The request is for a zone change from transition T to restricted local retail district C2A. Property is intended to be a mixture of garden, office, and restaurant uses. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located south of 114th Street and east of Memphis Avenue. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote, and City Council approved first reading again by unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on 8.7? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve on second read items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7. Are there questions or comments on these items? Ms. Joy and Mr. Griffith, you guys okay? Okay, just want to make sure. All right. Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor to approve items 8.1 through 8.7 on second read. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 8.8. Item 8.8 is on page 417. It's zone case 3432. You'll recall that we did the public hearing for this item at our last meeting, but we postponed it, taking any action on it until this meeting to hope potentially have the proponents here. Mr. Isom.
That's correct. So item 8.8 is case 3432. Sorry, I got my notes mixed up. For Carolyn Lane Musgrave, represented by Dwayne Lane. The request is for a zone change from Commercial District C4 and Local Retail District C2 to C4 with a specific use for a dance hall at 1801 19th Street and 1904 and 1906 Avenue R. We sent out 25 notifications and received 0 in favor and 2 in opposition. Again, some of the things that we've added to your staff report at your request, there's the additional uses that could be allowed with the change from C2 to C4 related to the sale and or consumption of alcoholic beverages. We've also included the Lubbock Police Department call list starting from January 1st to 2017 until May 27th, 2021 in your staff reports. In the agenda backup, there's also the Planning and Zoning Commission minutes from when this case was originally rezoned, this strip of 19th Street, as well as the City Council meeting minutes. So here we show the location of both of the letters of opposition. And the subject site outline in orange, again, generally located south of 19th and west of Avenue R. Current zoning on site is a mix of C2 and C4, with C2 to the east, west, and north, and C4 to the south. The future land use map does call for light commercial retail in the area. And here we have some subject site photos showing the existing structure as well as the adjacent commercial development on 19th Street. Slightly visible in the east view, there is a for sale sign on this lot. The applicant is here. I've let him know that he's informed me that there is a lease option on the property right now, but he's available to talk about that. We also wanted to include an exhibit that shows the extent of the rezoning that occurred in 2014. Based on our research, this request came from citizen and council member concerns for the 19th Street corridor. At the time, the majority of the property along this section of 19th Street was zoned to C4, and the request originally was to downzone it to C3. During the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we had 6 individuals that spoke in support of the rezoning, 2 in opposition. One was the owner of this property at the time. The second was the neighboring business owner, Dallin Parks. A few other owners showed up to speak, but they were really inquiring about what was going on. Would their use be able to continue if this zoning went through? Ultimately, the request was approved through the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council to downzone this property to C2 rather than C3. So with that, planning staff reviewed it, and the comprehensive plan calls for light commercial retail in this area. The change to C4 and the dance hall would accommodate this. The proposed zoning is in conformance with the zoning ordinance is appropriate adjacent to other commercial uses that are existing. Dance halls do not permit the sale of alcohol as an incidental use, and therefore this request would bring the use of the building into conformance with the zoning ordinances. Development is compatible with the surrounding areas as it would not change the character of the existing development. 19th Street is considered a minor arterial at this location and is designed for the higher intensities of traffic that would be generated by the proposed use. And with that, planning recommended approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this case by a vote of 5-0. As you mentioned, you postponed the vote to this meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, anything for Mr. Isom on this one? Ms. Patterson Harris.
Mr. Isom, if you can tell me this, with it being a dance hall and it does not allow for alcohol licensing, but with a dance hall allow for the popular BYOB
They could.
situations?
They could. The dance hall doesn't allow the sale, but that does not stop them from having a BYOB type operation.
Let me ask you this as well. If that is a situation and maybe one of the events, if you will, or night hall activities allows for BYOB, it does not require anyone to step in and determine when someone may have had too much to drink? Or is there something in place? I don't know if that's you to be asked, but I don't know.
It's probably not me to be asked.
Okay.
Please come forward, please, ma'am.
Hello, I'm the leaser for Stiletto's Dance Hall. When I named that property, I didn't know the difference between dance hall and event. So that's the reason I named it Dance Hall. But the purpose of this property is to rent it out to others for parties, weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, family reunions, and that sort of thing. We do allow the BOY or bring your own beverage on site. And we do have our general liability to cover any kind of damage. We do have security on site throughout the night, throughout the event. And it is not an event that we carry on every day or every weekend. It's just an occasional when people do rent it out for their parties. It's the way we use this property for.
So I guess, Mr. Isom, what's the difference in a dance hall and an event location, event center? Which, what are the allowances, or is there one, or is it not anything in place to say?
Right now, there's not a difference. I think we had mentioned it at the last meeting. There really is, it's an event center or banquet hall facility is like fitting a square peg in a round hole right now because we don't have that land use. So typically it either falls into, what we've seen it fall into is either dance hall or nightclub. Those are the two that it's fallen into in the past. Most of the time, dance hall.
Ms. Patterson Harris, you have further questions?
Not right now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm Dwayne Lane. I'm the co-owner of this property. My cousin and his wife Carolyn Lane took care of all of it until he passed away, and then she remarried and moved to California. At that time, then I took over all of the activities and duties of the property. It has been a bar for over 40 years. And the Everest had it, and they went out of business in 19. And I went over there, and the property was in terrible shape. And there was trash and junk and everything you can imagine thrown out there on the property. And I don't know how many dumpsters I filled up with just the trash and stuff there. There was homeless people living there. We had a fire there on account of it. We've been broke into twice over there, and the property was really in bad shape. Carolyn and I both are getting older, and so we decided, well, let's just go ahead and sell it. And so we put it up for sale. Checked with the city, and we thought we was fine as far as the zoning and everything. And then we have a lease option to sell it to Sandra here. And she and Andy went in, and they spent almost a year, well, it was about a year. And they went in and redid it, cleaned it up, fixed it, repainted it, fixed the roof. The people were driving down the alley and cutting across the property there. And they put up a fence and stopped that, and they've cleaned it all up. And when they got ready to start having their events, then we was hit with the COVID virus. And then they have spent a lot of money and a lot of time cleaning it up and getting it ready and improving the property and improving the neighborhood there. And so finally we get over the COVID, and then we find that we really need to have this changed to a C4 instead of a C2. And that's why we're here. And we would appreciate it if y'all would go ahead and designate it as a C4. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We may call you back for some other questions, but for now, that's good. That's sufficient. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I think Mr. Chavez had a question for staff.
Well, but actually for Mr. Lane.
Mr. Lane, changed our mind. My bad.
I'm real hard of hearing.
That's all right. Go ahead, Mr.
Can we
Chavez.
get in front of the microphone, Mr. Lane, if you would, please? In front of the microphone so we could hear you. Yes, sir. By the microphone.
You tell me what he says.
I'll repeat whatever he says. If you
Okay. You sold the property to,
Yes, we actually still own it, but we
Okay.
have a contract with Sandra.
Got a contract.
To sell the property.
okay, in case you're not aware, that building is in my district. I have seen the progress that's been done to that building. There's been a lot of conjecture about crime, about devaluation of properties, and the conversation keeps going and going. We were supplied with some information from the LPD. There's been 20 calls in the last 39 months. That's less than one call per month. That's accepted. That I don't see a problem with that. Property devaluation, I don't see that. I personally don't see that happening. I think property becomes devalued when you've got an abandoned building that is boarded up. That is bad for the neighborhood.
Well, when they're not using it, excuse me.
Yes, sir. If you haven't picked up on it yet, I'm in favor of what's going on right now. The process that you that you have done, that you have made to that building. I'm all in favor of it. I don't like to see empty buildings in my district. I don't like to see boarded up buildings in my district. It's bad for the neighborhood. I'm in favor of what's going on right now. I support the zone change. I'm all in favor of it. I wish more people would take care of these buildings and repurpose them instead of leaving them abandoned and boarded up. With that said, Mayor, I'm in support.
Yes. When the Everett's abandoned it, then I had to board it up to keep people out of it. And then while they were working on it, they kept it closed up. And they have even put in a security door in front of the main door where people can't get in.
And I saw the cameras out there also.
And even though when you drive by there and you see that it doesn't look like there's anybody there, it's because they only have their events, 2 or 3 times a month. They have them in the afternoon, late, and they have a off-duty policeman that comes each time. They keep it cleaned up. There's no trash, there's no bottles and cans and all of that stuff that's there. They have really improved the property and made it a whole lot better for the neighborhood than what it was. And that's what they're trying to do, is to have a good, thriving business there.
Well, you've made a believer out of me.
We had a couple of, I wasn't aware that, was getting any calls on the building. You said you had 37?
39.
Or several in the last 37 months.
No,
but
39 months, 20 calls.
20 calls, and we weren't aware of any calls. We hadn't been notified or anything of any calls. And of course, their original contract was in March of 19, and they've been there working on it ever since. So they've either been there or they've had the building closed up to keep people out of it. And of course, when they're not there, they have it closed up and have it secure. They put the fence up, and stopped the traffic going through there, and made a really nice looking place there. And it's just a real good, better improvement. It's 100% improvement to what it was. And even when it was operating as a bar, I'm sure they got a lot of calls from people at that time. We had I think 2 people that, one of them complained that we knew of, or wrote a letter to the zoning commission. And one of them said they was concerned about it being so close to Lubbock High School. Well, it's a good ways from it. And whenever they're having an event, the high schools, everybody's already gone from there, all the kids and everything. And it's 1,000% better than it was when it was a bar, and open late at night and all of that. And the other one was from Parks Printing across the street from us there. And they were concerned, like you said, about the vandalism or something. And I think they've pretty well put a stop to any vandalism on it. And we hadn't had any trouble since they've been there working on it and have secured it. And hadn't had any problems with any vandalism or homeless people or anything like that.
That concludes my questions, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Ms. Joy.
Mr. Lane, have you visited with Mr. Parks? Have you visited with Mr. Parks, who is
Ma'am,
the,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, what did she say?
Have you talked to your neighbor that Parks?
Parks? No, I hadn't, because
It's
we-
always a good idea, because he is probably looking at this as being exactly what our code has it classified as.
Yes.
But you haven't talked to him and told them that it's really an event center? You've not done that? Yes, ma'am. You might could answer this.
I haven't talked to the parks. We used to know them a long time ago. They've even done some printing for us. But,
Well, when we were doing all the remodeling there, he came across and visited with us. We told him exactly what it was going to be, not a bar, not anything like that, a club. And he was okay with it. And he was glad that we were doing something good around his business. So I don't understand. He was all for it. We even gave him our business to do our business cards. So he was all good for that. I don't understand what the problem would be now
Well,
on it.
his letter was received on April 24th of this year.
Of this year.
Would that have been after?
That was before.
That was before?
Right. When
Okay,
we start working on it
okay.
and cleaning up and everything. He was up there, pretty often.
Okay, well, one of the issues that the city's working on is revising our codes because we don't have, as Mr. Isham said, we don't have event center really identified in the code. So you've been thrown in to a category that may be a little misleading for some people.
Mhm.
Our problem is if we change it to C4 or back to C4, we invite some other uses that are not an event center and we don't have any control over it. In other words, if you sold it to someone and they wanted to put in in a C4, you can have all kinds of a bar, you can have a package store that's not limited to size. So there are other uses that might be objectionable to people. And that's where we get caught in this situation. Do we change it to C4 for this? There's no way that I know of, unless Mr. Isham can tell me otherwise, that we could condition it on it being an event center. So, Brian, can you help?
No, and in fact, we can't limit the use. So everything comes with it. All those land uses come with the property.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Of course, it's not going to be a bar or anything like that. They won't be selling liquor out of it.
Well, not for
But
these
I
people,
understand
yeah.
you.
But if they sold it to somebody else, then we've zoned it C4 and our hands are tied at that point.
Now, with the parks over there, of course, they'll be closed, when they're having their events, that their business will be closed. And I did go over and when we didn't have any electricity in the building, I went over and took some of the batteries from some of my tools over there to use their electricity to charge the batteries. We've always had a good rapport with them. But
Mr. Joy asked my question.
Mr. Griffith, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Chavez, you brought up the police reports and fire reports on the calls. If you look at the codes as to what type of calls most of those are, they're not there's not that many that are bar related. Some are burglary, alarm down, and criminal mischief. Fire department calls to the point about that they had a fire. So I think that's a deceptive number. Secondly, Ms. Musgrave, you said that every event you intend to have security. You'll have security at every event.
yes, we have off-duty, or they have off-duty policemen at every one that they have.
I agree with Councilman Chavez that, and I understand changing it to C4 can open up hornet's nest. At the same time, the usage, I believe, is a good usage and will not disturb the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Are there further comments?
Mayor,
Mr. Massengill?
I'll build on first I'll say this one's, I'm a little torn on this one. I'll build on Ms. Joy's comments. Not only is this zone C2, this was a significant effort to make this area C2. And I was reading through some of the notes on that. I don't disagree with Mr. Chattis. I don't disagree with you, sir. I mean, there's certainly an improvement to the area and to the property, but this is a very important corridor. And in 2014, it was very important to change both sides of the street to C2.
Okay, I don't think we have a motion on this one. So let's get a motion to begin consideration. And thank you, Mr. Chattis. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay, let's go back to our discussion. I just wanted to make sure we got that before I forgot about it. Any other discussion on this? Ms. Joy?
Trying to think through this, how we can protect
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
I do believe that we will have a designation for an event center in the code, Mr. Isham. And I think based on what is in C2 currently, an event center would fit within C2. Do you agree with that or not?
I think what we could do is look at the potential of having it as a specific use so that it couldn't go in by right, but in certain lesser intense districts like C2, C2A, we could bring it to council, the P and Z. But in some more intense district, maybe it's something that would be allowed by right. Again, we don't have it right now, but that's what we could look at.
And so I guess this is kind of like playing poker or something. If we approve it tonight as a C4, knowing that we're probably going to be moving to putting into C2, I guess it's up to Ms. Musgrave whether she would agree to that once we have the appropriate designation. In other words, if the event center goes into C2, would she at that point be agreeable to changing from the C4 to the C2? I don't think we could do it, but no, we can't. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it work. Can't do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Patterson-Harris, did you have another question? or comment?
That's my concern as to how do we deal with this now? Because you approve it for a C4 now, that's it. Even if it moves and changes later, it's there. The deed is done, is my biggest concern. And I think that the idea that you have, it is great. And I think it is something that would be different from what it was before. But if right now, if it happens, it stays at that spot. And if your current, I don't want to mispronounce her name. How do you pronounce her last name again? Musgrave. If she decides to sell it to someone, it still stays with them and they could, turn it into any one of the. No, that's my only question as to how do we deal with this now? Is there anything that we can do at this point to allow their use? And
we couldn't limit any of the other uses.
Yeah,
the crux of
that's
the
my deal.
situation really is that we don't, from a planning perspective, that land use of banquet hall, event center, not being there is the biggest issue for us. Is trying to fit these folks into a category that would allow them. Unfortunately, the only categories that do also come with the very intense like C4 districts or other things.
There's no way to do ask for a variance of any kind or anything like that, that I'm just thinking, otherwise the C4 is, for me, is just,
The type of events they're having is like weddings and graduations and family reunions and things like that.
those are the things that I want you to have.
Pictures.
And those are the things that I'd like for you to have there. But as a C4, if Ms. Musgrave or whomever decides it's going to be something else under C4, then it gets to happen, is my concern.
Ms. Joy.
So, Mr. Isham, why does our information say that it's from C2 to C4 with a specific use for a dance hall?
So the property itself is actually split zoned.
Right?
So
Part of it's C4.
so the northern half is C2, southern half is C4. And they're requesting C4, essentially the C4 for the northern half, but the specific use to cover the entire property. Kind of,
Well, but the request is for a specific use
yes, ma'am.
for a dance hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Atkinson.
Jared, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I might try to phrase that in a different way, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong. The building is in the two lots that are zone C2. The request is to make those two lots C4, which will match the two parking lots that today are on kind of the back side of that building. So all four of those tracks would be C4 if this is approved. The specific use then authorizes the dance hall. If for some reason that specific use were to cease, all four of the tracks are still full C4, if that helps any. Say that right, Brian?
That's correct. Much more eloquent than I did.
Mr. Griffith.
Brian, the terminology of dance hall. You know, if they don't call it a dance hall, and you said we don't have an event center determination, is there another classification?
When they made the sign, they didn't know the difference. But dance hall, it's not really a dance hall. it's
Right.
just the event center.
Mr. Lane, I get that. It's not, yeah.
Sorry,
There may be dancing going on in there, but I guess my question, are we asking for something? We're putting a square peg in a round hole?
Was that a question?
The other ones that we've used, like I mentioned earlier, have been nightclub. And that's particularly, dance hall is used so they can have dancing along with their events, but it prohibits the sale of alcohol. There's also nightclub that some of these event centers have gone into that does allow for the sale of alcohol. So there's different categories.
But it doesn't mean she's got to sell alcohol if she listed as a nightclub.
No, they wouldn't have to.
They wouldn't have to. Is that a possibility?
I think dance hall is listed in the same group, specific use for a nightclub, specific use.
It would still require a specific use.
So
You
it
have
would-
to re-advertise.
So it would still require the specific use. C4 specific use.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, sir. Brian, is there, and Mr. Weaver and his crew are looking as well, is there a way to leave that as a C2 and go to the zoning board of adjustment for a variance?
I don't believe we can go for variance on the land use.
Because of the underlying C2, is that why?
Ms. Sager, can you answer that?
I mean, as Mr. Isom stated, you cannot vary a land use, but there is no special exception authorized in the code for the zoning board of adjustment to consider for this type of use in C2.
There is not. Is that what you said, Kristen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was my question. Is some way for us to do this without, the C4 is my thorn.
In short
On
answer,
this.
this is the easiest way, and it is very difficult.
Okay, council, how do you want to proceed on this? Had all the discussion we need? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
All right, we've got, council, we have in front of us a motion to approve item 8.8 on first reading. Any further questions? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by that same token? Aye. Let's go back and get it. Let's use our voting capability here. I want to make sure I get it right. Okay, start vote. Okay. All those in favor, please go ahead and register your vote, council. Okay, looks like the motion, looks like the item fails 4-3. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah. Because your name's not, you're not on mine either. But I get the summary.
But the votes fit.
Okay. Ms. Joy? Okay, so that motion fails 4-3. Is that correct? Mr. Massico, your vote was not registered, but we saw the total, but not the individual. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. That's our last item of business for the evening. Mr. Atkinson, did you have something you wanted to? You're okay.
You got it.
Okay. That's our last item of business for the evening. Ms. Joy, or excuse me, Ms. Garza, is that everything with you?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Mr. Weaver, you good? Okay. Council, thank you for your efforts today. Staff were always very well supported by you. We're thankful for that also. It's 5:55. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. We're adjourned.